and with the people we met in the several gatherings. I just wanted to give you a very short overview of all the work that has been done in the project. Most of you probably already know, but it's nice to recap and put some numbers on the achievements that we have made in these 2 years. And I agree with Ola. We are here also to see how we can continue and find opportunities for keeping all this good energy and continue working together. So maybe moving from what we have already on our back or on our front is nice as a way to continue and start the works today. So during these 2 years, we have been mainly working on 4 different areas. We have been implementing research activities, we have been doing engagement activities, advocacy activities, and also we have tried to see how we could put the basis for sustainability, so for continuing the project in the framework of the different activities. So in terms of research, and this was the activity that was mainly implemented by our partner British Future, we had a national scale survey of UK public attitudes on UK and EU values. I don't know if you can use the word values, but anyway, with over 2,000 respondents. We had 12 focus groups in 3 different areas of the UK to get opinions and perspectives on these results. We have a research report on public attitudes on the future of UK-EU relationships, and also a policy paper on which values do UK and EU people have in common. In terms of engagement, we made a mapping of in 2 different phases of the CSOs, and there were different activities in the CSOs, with the CSOs, 10 working groups, which identified some strategic topics, and you will find some of these topics in the conference today. Topics like advocacy blueprint, diversity, EU artists, there is a very nice photo contest downstairs that we have been seeing, electoral advocacies, women, diaspora working relationships, anti-racism, EU Citizens Manifesto, and EU-UK networking. So these are the topics that have emerged as most important in the activities up to now. In terms of advocacy, we have a website in place with more than 500,000 users reached, so it's a lot, and with an ongoing communication on the activities of the projects. There were 7 EU citizens' life experience stories published, and more to come. 1 advocacy and campaigning toolkit, 6 outreach events in Birmingham, London, and Manchester, an international conference last year, some of the faces in the room I remember from this year, with around 100 participants, and I think we can add this one as well as an achievement. 2 art competition finalized, 1 networking event in Brussels, webinars for CSOs and new citizens, and also 2 online campaigns on right to your local newspaper and diversity within EU communities in the UK. So these campaigns are either completed or ongoing, but are still working in the side of advocacy. And in terms of sustainability, I think the most important element is building the networking and the activities that Ola already mentioned about building relationships and trying to plan future activities together. But there is also a report assessing CSO's influence through advocacy, which is under preparation. So I think that for a 2 years project is quite a lot of outputs, and we are really looking forward for taking a lot of notes from this day, so that we can make proposals or try to shape further activities to move from the energy that was put together in this project for fundraising initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for a very comprehensive summary of our work. It sounds a lot. Didn't feel like it at the time, and of course we're still here. Probably in some shape or form will be here past January 31st when the project technically officially ends. Now I would like to invite to the podium Ms. Isabel Popelbaum, who's the new WISH Deputy Ambassador of the EU to the UK, to share with us her reflection on the future of EU citizens in the UK.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ola. I think having arrived in August this year definitely qualifies as newish. So. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with you. It's a real honor, in fact, to join the important closing event for the Common Ground project. It's been a critical initiative from our perspective, and we are proud to have financially supported this. It's been a very fruitful partnership between the Fondazione Giacomo Brodolini, the 3 million, and British Future, and you've all worked so hard to empower EU communities across the United Kingdom. You've done so by fostering connections, creating a shared European identity, and spreading knowledge to build a more positive relationship between the EU and the United Kingdom. And I'm very grateful to each and every one of you that has been involved in this project for having brought your energy and commitment to making it a success and bringing its vision to life, which is always the main goal. But I think as this project now comes to an end, it's also a good moment to step back and to reflect a little bit on the journey that we've all been on. I think the journey that's ultimately been one of resilience and hope. Because many EU citizens have had to face the very, very difficult task to adapt to a new reality practically overnight, created by Brexit. And they found themselves having to suddenly navigate a very complex legal landscape to secure their rights in the UK, while at the same time retaining a sense of belonging to the home they had made for themselves. And I think it's fair to say that that experience has been traumatizing for many people. But in the face of these difficult challenges, what's been really inspiring to see is how communities have come together. And we've seen real solidarity and resilience grow in the face of these challenges. And coming together as Europeans has been a powerful response and has created a lot of positive energy, as was already pointed out. So I think it's also important to recognize that for the most vulnerable citizens among us, the assistance received from the Common Ground project has been essential and remains essential going forward, and we are fully aware of that. But we also have to thank our British friends, I think, who have shown a lot of empathy and supported EU citizens on that journey. It's also been very good to see the stories of hope emerge from the Common Ground project. And you've showcased those very powerfully by using creative projects like photography exhibitions, like the one downstairs, competitions exploring identity, belonging, and aspirations from the perspective of EU citizens. And I think these stories speak not only to the diversity of the backgrounds of our communities, but also to the shared values and dreams that ultimately unite us all. A special congratulation has to go to the Common Ground team for their outstanding work producing reports on diversity and common EU-UK values, and also on the advocacy and campaigning toolkit, which will hopefully remain critical as we move ahead and be used a lot. And also your tireless commitment in organizing events such as the one today to foster networking, to build new connections, and to make the community stronger have been really essential. And to all of you here in the room today, all organizations that represent EU citizens, I wanted to express our deep appreciation for the daily work that you do. It's through your guidance and your advocacy and your commitment and dedication that we foster inclusion, and you make it possible for EU citizens to feel empowered, valued, and I think that's really critical, especially in these challenging times. Now, looking ahead, the sustainability of the Common Ground project will be very important to safeguard and will be a priority. The EU delegation is already exploring options to ensure that the achievements about which you will hear more today in the course of the day can continue to grow. Empowering EU communities, fostering connections, reinforcing a shared European identity, this work is not done at all. We need to continue working hard. We are also considering new funding to address newly emerging needs. I think that will be important in the months and years to come, because we want to make sure that the network that has been created remains strong and robust for the future. But you also asked me to say a few words about what might be in store for all of us when it comes to the broader EU-UK relationship. From our side, there is top-level commitment to building a new positive agenda with the United Kingdom. In a world that is more dangerous, more unpredictable, and more violent and full of geopolitical challenges than ever before, it's absolutely necessary that the EU and UK share many common values, stand side by side, and work together. It's a no-brainer. It's in our mutual interest. And Commission President von der Leyen has said in her political guidelines, which form the mandate for the new term of the Commission, that strengthening the relationship between the EU and the UK will be one of the priorities. So we have to build on that now. There's already been a visit by Keir Starmer to Brussels, as you know, in early October. There's been a joint statement, and both leaders have affirmed their commitment to the full and faithful implementation of the withdrawal agreement, including the Windsor Framework and the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. So these are the basic building blocks on which we have to build now as we take the relationship to a new level. Now, in particular, we have emphasized that concrete results in the implementation of the withdrawal agreement in the area of citizens' rights will be of the essence. And what we can hope to see, as per the joint leader statement, is a summit, an EU-UK summit, in early 2025. And I think this will frame the political pillars for the development of the future relationship. Let me also briefly zoom in on the main areas envisaged from the EU for this new agenda with the UK. There are three. The first, security and resilience. As I said before, we are living in an area, in a time of unprecedented geopolitical challenges, and we must cooperate more deeply. And this includes not only security and defense, but also, of course, foreign policy cooperation. We've seen Foreign Secretary David Lammy paying a visit to Luxembourg in October to attend the last Foreign Affairs Council of EU 27 ministers, which was a positive step. It will also include resilience to geopolitical crisis, where we can work together. Now, the second area of cooperation where we'd like to advance with the UK is people-to-people contacts. And this includes, of course, and I would like to stress it again, the implementation of the withdrawal agreement and safeguarding the rights of EU citizens. This is an issue very close to our hearts, and I would like you to rest assured that this will remain a priority for us. continuing to protect the rights of EU citizens and their families will be a priority. In addition to that, we would also like to rebuild some of the bridges that were torn away by Brexit. And that includes a potential scheme for young people, which is currently being discussed among EU member states in the Council. Just last week, the EU delegation here in London hosted the annual EU-UK Youth Dialogue. It was a very inspiring experience just to talk to, engage with young workers, students, young professionals, and to sense their strong interest for more exchanges, for forging more connections, and also living abroad, and just exploring these bridges which used to exist and used to be a daily bread and butter. Now, the third important topic on the EU-UK agenda should be the protection of our planet and of limited resources. We'd like to advance cooperation on sustainable fisheries, on climate, and on energy. I think we stand a lot to gain. It's in our mutual interest to work closely together on these areas, all the while exploiting the full potential of the TCA, the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, which provides a solid basis already, and we can build on that. So that's more as a snapshot of what we expect in the months to come in EU-UK relations. Stay tuned for more. But I'm sure it will be an interesting and exciting journey that we are now embarking on. And we are very keen to also keep engaging with you to make sure your concerns are heard, especially as far as EU citizens' rights are concerned. And to conclude, let me just thank you all once again, everyone involved in the Common Ground project, for the positive impact that you have created. And as we enter this new phase in EU-UK relations, this delegation will remain your point of contact. Sorry, I've advanced to the family photo. Will remain your point of contact, and to continue working alongside of you. And we are here to help you grow the network of EU-led citizens organization. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful event and good discussions and networking. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Isabel, for your very encouraging words and also insight and revealing a little bit around about what's in store in terms of political climate. So we are looking forward to continuing work with the delegation and to seeing what's going to happen and how EU citizens fit and civic society fit into those discussions. I'm not sure if you have time to stay for questions at the moment. Maybe. No. Yes, we were warned that maybe not. So thank you very much again for your contribution, and we're looking forward to continuing the discussions tomorrow at the gathering and in the coming weeks and months. If there are any reactions or questions now, I think that Miriam Watson's been kind enough to step in and address those. So we welcome questions from the floor and in reaction to the Deputy Ambassador's keynote, if we have any. And I'll bring the mic to Miriam and to others. Okay, if we don't have any, then we would also before. Yes, I would also like to say that at 11 o'clock we should probably honor the minute silence for Armistice Day, considering that was Remembrance Sunday yesterday. We would ask by participants to do that. So we'll do that at 11. Do we have time before 11 for a question? All right, so I've missed that. Just so Chris have.
I can speak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Just it's 11th of the 11th is also a very important date time for one of our nations in the European Union. Could you please wish Poland the best of luck? Happy Independence Day for Poland today.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no questions and immediate reactions, then we'll move on. I would now like to, we've talked a little bit about various developments and plans emerging for priorities in the EU-UK relationship. And Isabel mentioned that EU citizens' rights are very much on that agenda. So now I would like to invite a panel, introduce the panel discussion, delving a little bit deeper into those issues and exploring what the reset in the UK-EU relationships means for EU citizens and perhaps what it should mean. So I would like to invite Claudia Del Piero to chair the panel and our own Monique Hawkins, Jack O'Connor from the EU UK Follow-up Committee and Piotr Sadowski to come up.
Can you hear me okay? Yes. Good morning, my name is Claudia Del Piero. I'm the founder and editor of Europe 3 News, a website specialized in the EU and citizens' rights in particular, which I created after Brexit precisely to follow the negotiations on EU citizens' rights. I'm very pleased to chair this session today and be back after last year, and also to be joined on this panel by Monique Hawkins, who many of you, all of you pretty much would know, who is Policy Research Officer at the 3 Million. Jack O'Connor, who is Vice President of the European Economic and Social Committee Worker Group, and Piotr Sadowski, Secretary General of Volunteer. So we're going to discuss what it means to reset the relationship, the EU-UK relationship from a EU citizens perspective. So I will maybe ask the speakers to introduce a little bit of their work in this regard, and also to say what does the reset of the narrative mean really for EU citizens in the UK? And maybe, Monique, would you like to start on that?
Does this work? Yes. Hi. Yes, so we had great hopes that with the new government we would see a change. So far we've not really seen any. It seems very much continuity of what went before. There's also, we've struggled actually to get meetings and engagement with Labour MPs, so I wonder whether perhaps, as maybe suggested as well by the keynote, that all these issues are wrapped up in the discussions that are going on, and should have given me time to think, but it just froze my brain. So yeah, I'm sort of wondering whether, in a way, you might remember when the 3 million first started out, we had these big badges that said we are not bargaining chips, and part of me is thinking, are we back to being bargaining chips? Are we part of this whole discussion of youth mobility? And you know, if we're lucky, some of our asks will get covered. And I mean, we wrote to the government very early on, almost within weeks of them taking power, with 10 urgent fixes. I'd love to talk through some of those in a bit more detail later, but like I say, we haven't actually seen any movement on any of them yet.
So from your perspective, not much of a reset so far?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. We hope maybe in the future. Jack O'Connor, would you like perhaps as an introduction to say what is the role of the Economic and Social Committee in regard to EU citizens in the UK, and how do you see this reset of the relationship?
Yes, thank you, and good morning, everybody, and indeed thank you for the invitation here today. But just to say that I'm here in my capacity today as the Vice President of the EU-UK Follow-Up Committee of the Economic and Social Committee. And for those who might not be acquainted with our institution, we are basically the representative institution across Europe of organised civil society. We have been there since the foundation of the European Union, since the foundation of the EEC. And our role is to act as a consultative body. Our role is enshrined in the treaties, and the policy-making institutions of Europe are required by the treaties to consult with us in 14 areas of policy, on all aspects of the preparation of legislation, etc., so on. And that covers about 80% of the policy remit of the European institutions. After Brexit, we established this EU-UK Follow-Up Committee because we were very firmly of the view in our institution that the relationship between the EU and the UK is certainly the most important relationship for Europe, and probably for the UK as well. And our role is basically to try to ensure that, insofar as it's possible, that the relationship is as constructive and as warm as it could possibly be. And our emphasis is on the cooperation part of the trade and cooperation agreement. Now, we have other functions which I won't go into, but since the withdrawal itself, since the end of 2020, we have been trying to ensure that we maintain a strong relationship with the civil society organisations such as 3 Million and others, which are acting in the interest of and as the voice of EU citizens in the UK. But we have equally, and I do want to emphasise this, tried to ensure within the limits of our resources that we maintain a very warm and positive and constructive connection with British in Europe, for example, because we are very firmly of the view that one of the keys to ensuring the position of EU citizens in the UK is that Europe and the countries of Europe are as positive and as constructive and as helpful as they can possibly be towards UK citizens in Europe. And frankly, the position varies greatly. We have produced a major report 2 years ago on the withdrawal agreement 2 years in, and we had quite extensive, I think, engagement with the citizens' organisations on both sides. The report deals with a whole range of things, but we placed a very considerable emphasis in that report on the citizens' settlement issue on both sides. And since earlier this year, we produced an opinion on youth engagement between the EU, UK, and strongly promoted the idea that Europe should be proactive in promoting the idea of a youth mobility scheme. Unfortunately, when the initiative was launched by the Commission, it was rather insensitively launched against the background of the UK general election. And I think that says something about the drift, by the way. Nonetheless, we have been continuing to lobby and interact with the policymakers on that issue. I'll just finish on this, reacting to Monique, if I may, just a little bit. My background is in the Labour movement, and I suppose I have some connections with people in the UK Labour movement. I think the mindset and the desire is very different than it was with the previous administration. But the restrictions are still there. The agreement is there, and it is a legally binding set of documents. But the politics that gave rise to Brexit are still there, and migration is probably, I would say, the most potent issue of our time. I don't say that. I'm not happy about saying that. But given the results in the US last week, no one can underestimate the potency of that issue, and no one can underestimate the restriction that it places on people who would have things different. And we hope to continue in the EU-UK Follow-up Committee and in the European Economic and Social Committee to promote the objective of the strongest possible relationship, and in that context, the interests of citizens, EU citizens in the UK, and I think the delegation is doing a good job, in fairness there, and also UK citizens in Europe. And we want to try to be helpful to you all to the degree in every way that we possibly can. I'm sorry I went on so long.
Sorry. Thank you for this extensive presentation, and then we'll go back into the topics, the concrete topics. So Piotr, welcome, and also would you like to introduce Volunteer Europe and how the organization is related to the Brexit context?
Sure, thank you very much and good morning, and once again apologies for my phone. This will teach me a lesson never to engage AI to analyze a keynote speech to come up with the most salient points, because that backfires on you afterwards, so there you go, me trying to be clever here. Okay, my name is Piotr Sadowski. I'm Secretary General of Volunteer Europe. Volunteer Europe is a European network, NGO network. We're based in the EU and in the Council of Europe, and the reason why I mentioned Council of Europe is because I want to come back to it in a moment as well. It's a network that focuses on promoting social justice through social action, active citizenship and volunteering. And we grew up from being really a very grassroots volunteer movement. It was established in the Netherlands in 1981 and then moved its secretary to the UK in 1997, and we were operating out of the UK until 2020. And post-Brexit, basically after the referendum vote, I started making preparations to move Volunteer Europe and its headquarters to Belgium. for various reasons. I don't know why I was really feeling very depressed and very gloomy, and I was seeing the future very dark, and I thought it was necessary to move it. The problem was that on the way, as Brexit then happened, and opportunities to issues such as mobility, because we started talking about that as well, started being basically erased for the UK-based civil society organisations, but equally for EU-based organisations to send their volunteers, young people, older people, adults, researchers over to the UK. What happened is that out of my membership prior to the referendum, across my membership, the biggest and the strongest and the most, I would say, dynamic membership was the one from the UK-based civil society organisations around volunteering, and that's because volunteering and social action in the UK, it's in so many aspects, it's so much more advanced when it comes to volunteer management, volunteering infrastructure, volunteering resourcing. The whole idea of the concept of the sort of dignity and understanding of volunteers is so much, has been basically way ahead, light years ahead compared to many other countries. We've done a lot of research on that, and it was such a shame to basically start losing UK-based organisations from my network and the richness of these exchanges that have happened. So this is, I really wanted to take a little bit of this time to introduce the context of how I'm coming into this as well. Because we have, earlier on Claudia told me about the EU-UK Youth Mobility Scheme, and indeed, now I can see that sort of veiled around, or sort of put around the time of the UK general elections, when the idea started coming more to the fore. It's incredible that civil society does not seem to have had much say in any of the input into these, even the ideas. Next week in Brussels is the Lifelong Learning Week. I'm also a vice president of the Lifelong Learning Platform. We're very much engaged in promoting lifelong learning. I specifically focus on non-formal learning through volunteering. And seriously, nowhere on the agenda next week is this UK EU mobility scheme under any discussion whatsoever. And I think if we talk about issues of inclusion, we need to talk about transparency and fairness and trust. And for me, this is really, if this is missing, then the whole idea of achieving a reset, which would then affirm the commitment to fairness on both sides, as Jack was saying, to the EU citizens here, but also to British people living in the EU. This research should really affirm that commitment to fairness, transparency and respect. And I think that ensuring that both EU citizens, but UK citizens as well in the EU, who contribute so much, are not sidelined by, let's say, technical or bureaucratic hurdles, or because basically their voice is not heard and represented very often through civil society organization. Because I think if this fails to happen, then a reset will be very hollow. I think it will be a very missed opportunity to build a truly inclusive Europe for everyone, here for EU citizens in the UK and for UK citizens living and having made their life in the EU.
Thank you. Can I ask, by show of hands, who is familiar with the mobility scheme that is being discussed between the UK and the EU, at the EU level? Okay. Some people, but not many. So maybe we can touch on that as well. Yeah. So amongst the issues that should be a priority for the EU-UK relationship now in this phase, what are the main ones from the point of view of the 3 million?
Yeah, so just to put it in context, we had these 10 asks that we put to the government, and all of them are pragmatic, all of them put citizens first, all of them are about implementing the withdrawal agreement faithfully. And I just do want to pick up on one point that Jack raised. None of these issues would have any political consequences. None of them increase the migration statistics or anything at all. In fact, lots of them would save the government money. Lots of them would save endless litigation going through the courts. They are practical, and we expected to at least be able to have conversations about them. And in fact, when we've asked for meetings, I think this is quite unusual, we've actually had some replies saying, sorry, we won't be able to speak to you for several months. And I just find that strange. So just, do you want me to give a highlight of just a couple?
Just the most important ones from your perspective.
Okay, so the very most important one, I mean, they're all genuinely important, so it's a bit hard to rank them. But one is, people here with status under the EU settlement scheme don't actually even know whether they have rights under the withdrawal agreement or not, because everybody is given pre-settled or settled status, and when it actually comes to it, the government will turn around and go, oh, we don't really think you're a true cohort beneficiary, you're what we call an extra cohort, you've just got some domestic rights, you can't get rights from the withdrawal agreement. And that is something that is taking up an awful lot of court cases. There's a long history. I can talk about it to anyone individually and bore you for an hour with it. There's things like people who are waiting for a very, very long time in the backlog, not having full rights, particularly not having the right to travel. So people who are outside the UK waiting for status are stuck and can't come here. People who are here waiting for status are literally trapped. And we've had lots of cases in the media where they go back to EU for a funeral, to visit a new baby in the family, and then they get shut out at the border coming back to the UK. There's about 4 of these asks are all related to the digitalisation of status. We recognise that the world is becoming more digital. We know that that's the direction of travel, but for several years now we have been advocating for a much, much better, more grown-up form of digital status, which also, by the way, allows for an easy physical, cheap and secure physical card. Because there are people, just last week, there's an email exchange going on with the Home Office about people getting e-visas now, because everybody outside EU citizens also has to get an e-visa before the end of the year. What you could do about somebody who has no mental capacity, somebody's going to help set up that status for them, but then how do they get access to it on an ongoing basis? You might get a carer to do it for you, but today's carer might not be next week's carer. So a lot of issues are around digitalisation.
Thank you for making these points, and I guess also I assume everyone is familiar with the fact that at the end of the year, all non-UK citizens will be moved into a fully digital status, like EU citizens are now.
Right.
So the issues that many of us experience could potentially be extended by a much larger group of people. So that's in the context of the 3 million concerns.
Yeah, and just on that particular thing, to illustrate how I feel there is no change, I went to a meeting where the new minister, Seema Malhotra, was literally using exactly the same straplines that the previous government was using, and was saying, unlike physical status, digital documents can't be lost, stolen or tampered with. We daily see people who have effectively lost access to their status, or whose status is tampered with, who have full settled status one day and the next day they log on and it says their status expired in 2021. I mean, if that's not tampering or losing or stealing someone's status, I don't know what is.
Thank you. Jack O'Connor, what are the key priorities from the EU side, perhaps? They were partly mentioned already from the deputy head of the EU delegation, but from the discussions in Brussels, how do you see this relationship developing from the EU citizens' perspective, and especially considering EU citizens who live in the UK now?
Yeah, well, I just want to be very careful that I'm not misunderstood as being the voice of EU policymakers. The delegation can much more efficiently and competently articulate that. We in the Economic and Social Committee are often at odds with, well, often might be an overstatement, but we can be at odds on areas of policy, and so it would be wrong of me to try to just articulate the position of the EU. I think from the point of view of our institution, we quite frankly are as frustrated as you are with the reaction here to something, but we don't want to come across as just one of the levers of the EU levers putting pressure on the UK, which is why we have always tried to equally emphasise the concerns insofar as they are conveyed to us of the British in Europe, because one of the keys is to ensure that they are saying all our concerns have been addressed. Because when we meet the UK mission, we've met them a number of times on behalf of, to articulate concerns which have been expressed to us by British in Europe. And they respond by, citing examples of things which happen to British citizens in various European countries and so on. So we don't really see why there is so much difficulty in addressing most of the 10 asks. We shared the outlook of the 3 million and others, and indeed I think the delegation, that it was most regrettable that digitalisation became the tool that EU citizens in Europe almost became the experiment on digitalisation, and we would just want to push and will push these concerns. But I don't think we're going to invent others, but I do think, in fairness to the delegation, and they can speak for themselves, that the delegation here has been very active on behalf of EU citizens in the UK, and I don't know that any criticism could be directed at them. On my other hat, as a vice president of the workers group, maybe we could raise some issues with our colleagues in the UK Labour Group about this, and I will undertake to do that after today.
Thank you. Piotr, from your perspective, I guess you touched upon the difficulties in mobility. So what are the key priorities for you for the reset of the EU-UK relationship?
So very briefly, I'll speak about mobility, but if I may also react a little bit to the asks that 3 million are putting forward, and what is my view as somebody who focuses on social justice, and how it's hair-raising stuff basically when I was reading the document yesterday on the plane, thinking of what an absolute nightmare has been created for so many people, and the potential for it to destroy people's lives is horrendous. But coming back to mobility, one thing that I would be very, that I will now be very wary of is, for example, when the EU was introducing the European EVS, the European Solidarity Corps. I was working together with a colleague from the European Volunteer Centre. We were the sort of the experts for the European Parliament to ensure that the principles that we established of the European Year of Volunteering in 2011 were really taken on board and brought into the European Solidarity Corps scheme. And this was, for example, the European Solidarity Corps is the program that replaced European Voluntary Service. We used to have the EVS at European level. It was for volunteering, for mobility for young people to volunteer. And then European Solidarity Corps was introduced. And initially, it also had an employment mobility for young people. It's no longer there because it very quickly became apparent that there were too many opportunities to misuse the placements for work opportunities as basically cheap labor and precarious employment opportunities. So one thing that will sort of keep me thinking is to what extent, because the EU Youth Mobility Programme also encourages work, but to make sure that it's not just trying to fill the gaps in the workforce just for the sake of it, and not really thinking about important things such as decent work contracts. And young people in employment as well are one of the most precarious groups in employment as well. So all of this has to be really, really well thought out as well. So establishing a scheme like this doesn't just happen in a matter of a few months. So that's the key thing for me. Just to reflect a little bit on the core of the discussions today. I mean, in my network, we really sort of, our focus is on undeniable principles of social justice, and we see these issues as completely non-negotiable in any society that claims to respect human rights. And I think we sort of all adhere to that as well. So I think all the gaps or the asks which are being demanded in the document as well, I think they're absolutely necessary, because they would, if they're answered and addressed, they would really elevate the reset from this ongoing bureaucratic exercise to what should be really a genuine commitment to the well-being and rights of EU citizens in the UK. Because I think establishing compassionate policies for everybody, including for late applicants who very often have legitimate reasons for being late applicants, establishing these introducing severe penalties on them is not only unfair, but it's really, something has to be done to address it, to demonstrate that the UK really values justice and compassion for everybody, who is actually making this country more diverse, stronger, and more inclusive place to live.
Can I ask, how are we doing time-wise?
We're okay, we're a little bit ahead of time, so go ahead.
Okay, so I'll ask one more question and then we open for everyone to contribute. So my last question is, concretely, how do you see the participation of civil society in this new relationship? Maybe just very briefly, if there is one entry point where civil society organization can become part of this discussion. Or maybe you can pass.
Well, I don't know where to begin really. I mean, like the Wendy Williams Windrush report calls for more engagement with civil society, and I thought that Labour had recently kind of recommitted to that. So at the very least, have some conversations with us, talk to us, get us in a room, just talk. And I mean, when I sent this, I've had a holding response back that basically says nothing other than thank you for your letter. We'll have to have a think about all these. We'll get back to you in due course. I mean, I would just like to have a meeting with some people, with some decision makers. And currently we're sort of relying on allies in the House of Lords to introduce questions and short debates. But we need forums where civil society, not just us, but other civil society organisations can get in a room and have conversations with decision makers and explain the issues to them firsthand.
Yes, well just on this question, there's maybe two things to say. One is that there is a body called the Domestic Advisory Group, which is the mechanism which is provided for in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement for civil society to monitor sections of the agreement. And these are a feature of EU trade agreements going back to around, I would say, 2011, 2010, 2011. They exist in all of the agreements which were concluded since. Normally, the remit of those domestic advisory groups is restricted to the trade and sustainability sections of the agreement. But in the case of the EU-UK agreement, the domestic advisory groups have responsibility for monitoring and engagement on the entire agreement. Now, the citizens' settlement issue and issues around that are more within the context of the withdrawal agreement but there is a limited connection in with the TCA. And I would say that it would be important for the representative organisations of in this case, the EU citizens in the UK to engage with the representatives of civil society on the domestic advisory group to ensure that insofar as is possible that all these issues are raised. They'll be told in the case of most of them, by the way, that they're not covered by the agreement. But that doesn't mean they can't be raised. The second thing is that we should try to ensure that the review which is rapidly coming into focus, is employed as a lever to get these issues that are outstanding as reflected in the 10 asks on the agenda, and to have a strategy to ensure that the policymakers on both sides know that these issues are going to be up, that they're going to be tabled, that the progress towards resolving them is going to be monitored between this and then, because whereas everybody is at pains to say this is our review, not a negotiation, but it is it is a moment in time, a clearinghouse, as it were, for everything that has gone in the intervening 5 years, and it would be critically important that that all of the issues which are outstanding are tabled in advance of that review, and I would hope that we, for example, insofar as we can be in any way useful in the EU-UK follow-up committee, will be engaging with 3 Million and the others to ensure that we are well acquainted with the detail, and that we, via the institutional arrangements we have, are tabling those issues as well. And maybe we could all do a bit of work in that regard.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I would say on a positive note. I mean, I always then, in the face of adversity and difficulties and challenging circumstances, situations such as the one that we're discussing today, just imagine if there was no civil society. I mean, how much worse the situation would be. So the fact that the 3 Million have been working so relentlessly on this issue, the Common Ground project, projects such as these ones. So I think you asked me, how can civil society ensure that its voice, but also how can it contribute to this reset? I think the fact that it's mobilizing, it's often working with, sadly with limited resources, but it's still finding the belief in its mission to deliver social justice is something that needs to be applauded as well. So that's very important. Monique, you've mentioned that it would be nice to actually have a meeting with someone, right? And I mean, it works on both sides of the channel as well. It would be great to have a meeting with von der Leyen as well. in her first mandate, I used to be president of Social Platform, which is considered to be the biggest social justice civil society network of networks at EU level. Never had a meeting once with her. She never met with any civil society organization in her first mandate, and I don't think she will plan to meet with anybody in this new mandate. For this reason, she designated to that part of the portfolio to the Irish commissioner designate. So yeah, so it would be nice to actually have these conversations with people at the very top and see that they're open to listen to this. And I think the problem is that if you look at von der Leyen's political guidelines for this mandate, I did a quick search of United Kingdom in it. I told this to Jack earlier, and UK comes up once, and it talks about focuses solely on security, energy, and resilience. And for me, it really overlooks the potential for comprehensive people-centered relationships, because at the heart of energy, security, resilience, people are ultimately at the end of it. So it meets a whole sort of twisting of the focus, and bringing people and driving any of these policies with people in mind and being much more people orientated. And I will say it again, and retaining this idea that we need to work together to achieve as much social justice as it's possible, because the world is already sort of unfair as it is. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and it's very good to hear how things work on both sides of the channel. So just before opening to the questions from everyone, I just wanted to remind what was briefly mentioned. So there are some opportunities to some milestones, let's say, in the discussion of the reset of the EU-UK relation, and one of them is the review of the withdrawal agreement, which is not planned to be a review in the content, but on how it is working, as far as I understand. And there is a planned EU-UK summit early next year in Poland under the Polish presidency of the EU Council. And then there are some bodies, some working groups which are ongoing, such as the one mentioned at the European Economic and Social Committee, but also the Citizens' Rights Specialized Committee, which also monitors how the implementation of the withdrawal agreement. So ideally, it would be important to be part of all of these groups and occasions to discuss the reset of the EU-UK relationship.
If I can just interrupt on that, the Specialised Committee has been really great in allowing both British and Europe and the 3 Million to attend and put forward our issues at the start. So we attend just the first bit of the meeting, and that is one forum that we're very, very grateful for, where we get to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Just wait before the questions. We have Michal here from the new Commission on the Specialised Committee. Maybe you'd like to add a couple of words. I know you're keen to. So, before questions.
Thanks a lot. Hello, and thanks a lot for having me. I'm just coming in hot after the praise from Monique, because I am the EU co-chair of the Specialized Committee on Citizens' Rights. And I've been asked to say a couple of words about citizens' rights. So for the European Union, the citizens' rights were always one of the top priorities. This has been very well reflected in the fact that citizens' rights were actually the first area to be agreed at negotiator level back in 2018, when the withdrawal agreement has been negotiated. And ever since this has remained on top of our agenda, and we are in touch with the UK at all levels, seeking to improve the implementation, to promote it. And it's not only the specialized committee I co-chair, but also the joint committee, which is co-chaired by Executive Vice President Šefčovič and Nick Thomas Simons. But we also rely heavily on the work of the European delegation. Implementation in the UK overall, I think, is satisfactory. After all, applying citizens' rights correctly, it's not easy or straightforward. Yeah? You can read the withdrawal agreement in half an hour, and then you have to find answers to fate of 7 million different people. It's not easy. Sometimes problems happen, and we have to have ways how to address them. What we discussed with the UK is what you can read in the 3 million list of 10 issues. We will have the next specialized committee meeting on Thursday. I invite you to read the joint statement, which we will hopefully adopt. It will be publicly available on internet, and you will reality see that it is very much similar to the list provided by the 3 million. This is not a coincidence, because we work very closely with civil society representatives who represent EU citizens living in the United Kingdom and UK nationals living in EU member states. This represents our joint commitment together with the UK to effectively implement the withdrawal agreement. We invite civil society representatives to a specialized committee meeting. So not only the Commission and the UK can listen to their lived experience, but also member states, because that's where implementation of the withdrawal agreement happens. And we are very grateful for all the work you are doing. I have been in charge of implementing EU free movement laws in the UK before Brexit, and never ever there was anything like this. There was no real civil society engagement on the part of mobile EU citizens. So we are very grateful for what you do, and then this is one of the reasons why I decided to come today, because I'm sure I will have a lot to learn from what you asked. So thank you very much. And I have a question actually. So I will be the first one to ask a question. What in your experience does RESET mean for funding provided by the UK to civil society?
Thank you. Who wants to answer? Yes, Andrea? Yes, Monique was saying.
I don't know whether Andrea. No, I don't know how to answer that. I mean, we obviously need more funding to keep going.
Do you still is there still funding from the UK government to support organisations of EU citizens?
Oh, you mean that kind of funding? Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, yes, there is a little bit, but it's been declining massively. We wrote to the government at one point, and we put it in charts, and we saw that the amount given per month was just going down and down and down. And we basically think that in the UK it's quite a unique situation, because there were so many millions of people living here, and there was never any kind of registration program before. So fundamentally the government just doesn't know who needed to get status. There is still, every month there are people trying to make late applications. It's becoming more and more difficult. So the amount of time that needs to be spent by an organisation on helping one individual is much higher now. So we think that funding's got to carry on for years to come. The digitalisation that we mentioned before, there's been so much focus on getting people status, but because that status is just a status in the cloud, it's not an app on your phone that you can show. It's nothing like that. You have to keep engaging with a website, and a lot of people don't know how to do that. It involves a security code being sent to an email address or a phone number. A lot of vulnerable and digitally excluded people don't have that, so they got someone to help them. So the security code gets sent to maybe a charity worker's account rather than their own. So they're effectively you know, separated, locked out from being able to prove their status. So they stay dependent on people helping them. So that's why we need these organisations to continue to be funded for many years to come, we think.
There's a question. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Phil Jones. I've been asked by a woman called Sheila to put in a word for people's pets because she's German born and living in Britain, and she says that in her experience the difficulty on travelling with pet dogs represents a barrier for people who have family abroad, such as living in Germany or France. I know of another British-born woman who has family in France. She has a dog and she too has been negatively affected by difficulty on travelling with a dog. That's what I would like to say.
Thank you. Anyone wants to comment on that or no? Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Teresa Buczkowska. I am a Polish-Irish migrant woman, and I've been listening to this discussion from a different perspective. I have family members living in UK. My mom lives in Liverpool, my brother lives in Cambridgeshire. My older brother lived in Cambridgeshire before moving to Romania post-Brexit. But I live in Dublin, and I've been listening to this conversation and thinking how it all changed for everyone in this room, like most people in this room, I assume you are EU citizens, because before Brexit, you and I were also comfortable thinking about, not thinking about our migration status, and then suddenly within the night everything changed. And there is lots of complaints right now, but there also is a question, how did we participate or not participate in what's happening to us by not being civically active, but not being voters? I work on voting, mobilization of migrant voters in Ireland, and it's frustrating for me to see right now in Ireland also seeing Polish community, which is the largest community in Ireland, being inactive. And then suddenly when there is an issue, people are trying to feel pity for me because I'm being mistreated. But the thing is like question, what did you do or didn't you do to support your safety? Or how did you show or didn't show solidarity with people who were in that situation before you? So my question is, because there was a lot of conversation here about the role of civil society, Yes, so civil society is that bridge, but how are you energizing people to vote? How are you energizing people to be civically active, to be active citizens? How are you energizing people to fight for their rights? Because nobody will give those rights for us. And Piotr said that we are waiting for the British government to show compassion. As an Irish Republican, I can tell you that from our perspective, that compassion is very rarely given until it's taken. So my question is, how are you engaging people in civic activity?
Thank you for the question. Maybe Monique. Monique, the 3 million did some work on voting rights. So do you want to describe a little bit what was your program about that?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a few strands to that. Obviously, none of us had a vote in the referendum, and that was something that contributed to the pain that we felt. That I felt very sorely at the time. Yes, we did a lot of work, which has now since been taken over by Migrant Democracy Project, who Lara's there. Lara used to work for 3 Million, and you know, working to get local election rights for all migrants who are lawfully resident in the UK. But also I completely recognise the point about trying to engage people, and you know, we have different strands of work within the 3 Million. I'm very much sort of focused on the policy side and advocating, but we've got a big programme of building a campaigns network where we have colleagues who have done countless listening sessions, trying to speak to as many organisations, all sorts of organisations, be it churches, language schools, whatever, trying to speak to the leaders in those communities, trying to build up a network of engaged citizens. So trying to work from the ground up. And of course, the other thing is that all the issues that we are raising are informed from the ground up. We've had a reporting tool on our website for the last 3 years now, and all the issues that we raise are directly informed by what people are telling us they're experiencing. So we're also very reliant on people just talking to us and reporting the issues to us.
Do you want to add anything on this topic?
Take too long. Maybe just to say,
Oh dear.
I'm not going to take too long, sure, but we have a general election underway in Ireland at the moment, as the lady who spoke would be aware, and I don't think that there's a clearly identifiable migrant constituency. I don't think the political parties are addressing a clearly identifiable constituency. The population of the Republic of Ireland has increased by almost 50% since 1990, and it's increasing at a rate of 2% a year. So there's potentially a huge constituency there. But people are not articulating themselves in that way, and maybe it's as well. But politicians are increasingly concerned not to aggravate the anti-immigrant mentality, and maybe a counter to that, and the development of a counter to that would be very important, but it would require a very, very sophisticated approach, because obviously you can see how it would fuel antipathy as well.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, Teresa, I've maybe used the wrong word, and I'm waiting for her. Maybe I should have said there should be compassion coming out rather than what I said. So yes, a dose of realism from you. Thank you very much for that. In terms of engagement, political activism and utilizing your vote, I mean, for me personally, this is also extremely important. I became a British citizen here in 2012. And still in 2012, I sort of had no idea, that there will be a referendum. But having the ability to express my views and express my wishes in the referendum vote was extremely important to me, having lived in the UK since 1996. Because I came here when I was 16 years old. The most formative years of my life were spent here in the UK as well. I mean, this became my home. And then, so for me, then the ability to vote in such an important issue was really, really important. So I've been also engaged, albeit on the other side of the channel, in very much mobilizing around the European Parliament elections, running projects specifically looking at youth and engaging young people across different countries in study circles, sort of discussion circles. Around issues such as the environment, employment, security, all the issues that are also important for young people. So not necessarily coming out to say, it's important for you to go out to vote because you have got the right to vote. No, start taking it from another sort of approach, talking about issues which are, and exploring what are actually the issues that are important to the demographic. And then framing into this conversation the fact that you actually do possess the power and actually the privilege, if you look at the world, that you have a democratic right to vote as well. So do utilize it as well. I'm not going to share my personal views about whether voting should be mandatory or not, but you can ask me later.
Thank you. And just to add to that, I think that's a problem across Europe, because people who move around European countries have the right to vote in local elections, but very few people exercise this right. So it's something that we have tested here, like on our own life experience, what it means to not to be part of an important vote for us, but it's something that applies across Europe, I guess. Are there any other many questions. Where?
Jake's holding the mic so as well.
Okay.
And then we'll pass it on.
Hi, thank you. Jake Puddle from British Future. Just want to say it's really dispiriting to hear your points, Monique, about how slow the government have been here to engage on EU citizens' rights, and how it feels once again that EU citizens are being used as bargaining chips in this negotiation on the future relationship. But maybe with that in mind, just thinking about who the other engageable allies might be, where the other opportunities are. Are there potentially opportunities with backbenchers in the Labour Party? Obviously you've got the Lib Dems as well, and now a larger parliamentary force. Would be interested to hear your reflections on, where might there be opportunities there to bring this up the political agenda and try and shift the debate with inside Parliament, but perhaps more looking sort of outside of government. And then also, with the energy in the room here, how might we be able to help with that in terms of, building and strengthening those relationships with those allies?
Are there any other questions related to this, so we can take them together and maybe give one answer, or are they on other? Is it on the same topic?
Is it the same topic?
Oh, sorry, yeah, okay. Just to follow up on that and other things, the comment from Ireland, I too came from another country outside this one, which is highly European, very European. 70% of people where I come from want to go back into the European Union. However, 80% of the people in the country I come from do not identify with being British. So every time you talk about British society or British, you're disenfranchising, if you like, 80% of the people in the country I live in. I'm an EU citizen, I'm also Scottish. By what I'm addressing is the lack of address, if you like. There was somebody mentioned tabling issues. Could somebody please table the issue that 80% of the people in Scotland don't identify with being British, and 70% of them want to get back into the EU. That needs to be somehow identified by Europe and taken on board by Europe. Today I've come to a foreign country, right? I live in Scotland. This in London is a foreign country to me. You have to identify that. You have to. We have the right to be noticed. We have the right to be seen. We have the right to be discussed and something done about us. And in the EU, we are European. We're European. Now, we're having the meeting here in London. The meeting we had in Brussels was where these meetings should take place. I have to say, it's fantastic today to see how many people came from the EU here to talk to us, because this should be an EU meeting. European citizens talking about the EU in wherever they're living. And it should really be in Europe, because by having it in London, you're actually, from my perspective, by having it in London, you're kind of buying into the view of the EU from London. And that is not the EU, the view of the EU from where I am. We're very pro-European, and we want to be recognised as pro-European. Can somebody take that issue on board, and let's talk about it somehow, please? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure there are reasons to have this meeting in London as well, and if I may answer to that, I think it's important that we also claim our being European in London and the UK at large. So
we can have it in Liverpool.
So, Monique, do you want to answer the previous question on the engagement, and then go back?
Yes, thank you. Yes, no, you're right. We had a summit in the beginning of September where we had citizens speaking out about the issues that they were facing. We invited lots and lots of MPs from all parties, and we got very strong showing from the Lib Dems and from the Greens. and I believe that we will be working with them to table questions. Those are ways of engaging. We have allies in the House of Lords, and like I said, there was one peer who tabled a written question, well, a question for oral debate, which gives just a 10-minute debate. I mean, that was quite an interesting debate actually, because, just if you allow me a little anecdote, the debate there, it had lots of questions about the EU settlement scheme, had quite a few of our asks here being raised, and the minister in the House of Lords representing the government gave a very interesting answer to two of our questions. One was on digital status, would there be a review of looking at physical backups, and he basically said yes, there will be a review. There then had to be a clarification letter afterwards that no, digital status can't be lost, stolen or tampered with, and there won't be a review, and this is what we're doing. And on the question of would everyone with status under the EU settlement scheme be considered a beneficiary of the withdrawal agreement, the minister said yes. I can decisively say yes, and we're all going, oh my goodness, this is amazing progress, but there was a clarification letter there as well. But it just goes to show that the common sense view would be to treat everyone with status as a beneficiary. So, but you know, that's leading to a meeting with the minister. So, you know, we are trying every opportunity we can to meet in other ways, even if the actual Labour MPs won't yet meet with us. And by the way, my comment about bargaining chips, I'm just saying that's my personal feeling. I have no actual evidence that we are bargaining chips. That's just my sense that I sometimes have.
Thank you. There were some questions at the back.
No,
yes?
mine was just a comment. I'm Elena Remigi from the Limbo Project. Thank you very much, Monique, for saying that. I was just going to comment on this lack of physical proof of settled status is really an issue that comes up time and time again with our members who are really worried. We know we've had cases of people, we know the system can be tampered with because we've had people who, whose name was changed, whose picture was changed. So it's comforting to hear these words, and I just wanted to stress that this is a real worry for EU citizens, and that's all. I won't touch on the EU elections because as Italian citizens this year we had EU elections and we weren't able to vote in the UK, so that's a very sore subject, but again, it's a very important issue as well, that of the vote. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. There were, okay, maybe those two at the, we take two at once in the sort of middle row.
I already had my hand up, but,
okay, sorry.
But I wanted to come back to the voting point, and Fiona Godfrey, I'm the director of British in Europe, and I live in Luxembourg. I just wanted to come back on the voting point. It is a real shame that so few citizens who do have the right to register to vote do so, but I also wanted to say that voting is essentially, I guess, quite a passive activity, and I think it would be good if those of us who are dual citizens would also think about standing as a candidate. I did that in the 2019 European elections in Luxembourg, and I stood as a candidate in the general election in Luxembourg last year, and although I didn't win, it was a really eye-opening experience. And I think the feedback certainly from 2019 was that it was the community of migrants in Luxembourg, EU citizens, not just British citizens, but EU citizens, appreciated seeing a candidate like me standing for election, and it did energise people as well.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Jai-Prasad, and I'm the CEO of the Polish and Eastern European Christian Family Centre in Haringey. And as ever, I'll start off with an anecdote and then the question. So yesterday I was at lunch, and someone asked me, do I prefer to think of myself as an atom or a molecule? And unfortunately, he asked a former chemist that question. So I said, as a chemist, I can assure you it's far better to think of yourself as a molecule connected to other atoms, because when molecules break down, you increase chaos. And really, that's what sort of happened since Britain withdrew from the EU. Now my question is, using the analogy of connected atoms and molecules, do you think that the important role for civil society is actually combating the rise of Euroscepticism? Because if you see from the Republic of Ireland to, as the gentleman referred to France, across Europe, there is a feeling that the EU is part of the problem because of concerns about migration. And it's not. You see, in Britain, no one ever before Brexit explained the benefits of EU membership. And I think that, do you agree that there's a role for civil society to basically work together across borders to combat this really bad potential domino effect of Brexit followed by whatever Irish exit will be, etc.? Thank you.
Thank you.
Just on the last question, on David's question, I think, given that I'm here representing the organised civil society in Europe, what I would say, David, is I wouldn't say it's important for civil society, or there is a role for civil society to combat Euroscepticism, but I would put it differently. There is a critical role which must be consciously taken up to a much greater degree than is the case at present, for organised civil society at the level of the atom and the molecule to be champions of democracy and to promote democracy. Because really what's at issue is, as is becoming clearer by the hour, anti-immigrant rhetoric is really about something bad and all as it is, that is much, much worse, because the drivers of it have an agenda for democracy which would see us all back in the middle of the 1930s. So I would say that the real challenge for organised civil society, it applies to trade unions as well, and I don't think we're doing it as well as we should either, speaking for ourselves, is to be champions of democracy and to highlight the challenge that is presented to the freedoms which have been gained over the whole history of Europe. And in doing so, you have to take on Euroscepticism. But if it's just about a project to promote Europe, you're playing into their hands.
Hi there, yes, I'm David Jepson. I just wanted to follow on some of the points earlier on about participation and about the local, regional and, could you say, subnational approach to supporting European communities in the UK. If we look at the four themes on the front of the brochure, the first two are clearly things that can be really only primarily solved at UK national government level, but the second two are things which would suggest that at local and regional level there's a lot of scope to intervene, to support those objectives and to take action. So I was wanting to ask to what extent we're looking at what can be done at, you could say, subnational level, whether that's at the other countries of the UK, such as Scotland, Northern Ireland or Wales, or indeed in local government in England, where there is a great difference of approach and priority. I mean, I don't live in Scotland, I live in Bristol, but nevertheless, I was at the referendum count in Bristol and I saw the ballot papers coming out of the ballot box, and 70% of them were to remain. I could hardly spot a Leave vote, but nevertheless we left the EU. So there's a huge difference within the United Kingdom, and to what extent we're exploring the capacity at local and regional level to achieve some of the objectives within this, whilst acknowledging that some of these issues can only be solved at national level. And the second point was just in terms of engaging with the Labour government. When I was at Temple Meads this morning, I bumped into a friend of mine who was a backbench Labour MP, but she's now a government minister. And it's bizarre now that people I've known for quite a long time are now actually in government. Now clearly they've got a lot of priorities to deal with, and it must be frustrating not to get any straightforward answer from them. But a point I was just going to make is one of their strategic aims of the Labour government is to attain economic growth, without which little will be achieved. I think we all know in this room that EU communities in the UK have contributed a huge amount to the labour market and to the economy of the country. Some of them in not very good quality jobs, and more needs to be done to protect people's rights at work. But in having a dialogue with the Labour government, the emphasis on the contribution of those communities to the economy, I just think is maybe something that needs to be emphasised. There is an American phrase, which may not be a good thing to say at the moment with Trump, but no taxation without representation. And therefore, you know, to have huge communities in the UK who are contributing a lot to the economy, who don't have full rights to citizenship or engagement, seems to me a major flaw, which just might be an opportunity to build on that dialogue.
Thank you. Just a brief answer from Monique, I think, on the engagement at the different levels, and then I think we'll. Oh, there's still a question.
Folks, we were ahead of time, and now the panel is so vibrant that if we want to have a break, well, that now would be the time. But yes, Rosalind, I'll let you.
Rosalind Stevens, Civil Society Alliance. This is an addendum because we're talking about engagement. So far this morning, nobody's actually mentioned the launch of the Civil Society Covenant consultation that a few weeks ago, a lot of civil society organisations were invited to Downing Street, and the Prime Minister there gave his commitment to engage and support civil society in strong collaboration. I think I mentioned this at an event last week, and a lot of people aren't even aware of that. And we're putting together our response, so it's just to say, is everybody in this room aware of that? And this is where we can put across the way that people are being ignored when they put in, you know, requests for meetings and that sort of thing. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't receive an invitation, otherwise we would have gone.
Exactly. So please put us in your email, whatever list.
Yeah, please see me after.
Yeah.
Yes, I can't remember exactly what the question was, but yes, we do try to engage with groups throughout the country at all grassroots levels. So I completely agree that a lot of the issues are not just at the, you know, solved by legislation.
I think time's up. Yes, a very interesting discussion. I think we could continue, but it's probably time to stop here. We can continue talking about it during the break. So thank you very much for to the panelists for this very enlightening discussion on the inclusion of civil society in the reset of the EU-UK relationship, and thank you very much for the questions and the discussion. And back to all.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite you now to have a short break, and after the break, we'll come back here for you to have some discussions, and then there will be just before lunch at 1ish o'clock. So if we can take 10 minutes break now in the Stevenson's room where the refreshments were. That will give everybody a bit of comfort. Please enjoy the exhibition and refreshments, and don't be too shy to chat to Sean if you come his way. So if we're back here for 12.
Just why you go to one pair when you want to and then it was playing subtitles. That's a mistake they made. You try to use the English language. It's not even that. It's the hearing and seeing how it's right. I'm going to do that. Jenny. Yeah. I think that's the difference between, say, Denmark and Germany as well, because in Germany they synchronise films, whereas in Denmark they have subtitles. So you hear them. You're not in German, but it is being used as an Johnny. Go and work with. Oh my God, fantastic, Johnny. Wonderful, that's my favourite. You like and war. He did. I mean, maybe in retrospect I made a mistake as well, because when I first came over I was quite happy to just sort of speak English. Yeah, that translated a lot.
Thank you everybody for coming back from lunch. I hope everybody had a bit of a break and chance to chat and also have some refreshments. We are resuming our session. During previous breaks, you had an opportunity to have a look at our exhibition, which is a result of the Stories of Hope photography open call. And that open call was really the two rounds of this open call were to encourage EU citizens living in the UK to unlock their creativity and also to share their stories and their lived experience and to showcase the diversity of this. We invited EU citizens living in the UK to submit photographs that reflect their journey, their identity and their aspirations and perspectives on their life in the UK in order to highlight the diversity of the lived experience. We got a really huge response to the first open call, a slightly smaller one to the second open call, and these are the shortlisted entries that you would have also seen downstairs. And I encourage you to have another look later on during the breaks or at the drinks reception. So these are that's one of the shortlisted entries for this week. The stories would have been too small to read on that screen anyway. And those three. And we've determined a winner in an online poll among our some of our Common Ground subscribers. And this is the winning entry of a photo by Maria Alba Sanchez, a Spanish person who's lived in the UK for a good 30 years by now, but they were too shy to come along today to share their story. So we're gonna award them in another way and showcase their work instead, which they're happy about doing. We do see there's an appetite for sharing stories and for creativity and for really bringing those issues bringing our issues and our journeys to the fore through creativity and through art projects. So we will also connect with the EU delegation to have conversations about how to include creativity perhaps in the EU Empower Awards from next year on, and most certainly during the Europe Day celebrations and Expo coming up in May next year. We obviously have that beautiful exhibition, so we're planning to, we would love to take it around the UK and devolved nations, but that will also require a bit of creativity in terms of how to sustain it and how to make that happen. So a lot of potential with this work and developing on it, and I hope you enjoyed reading the stories and looking at the photographs. And now as a part of we've been reflecting on the 2 years of the project. And we do want to look a little bit to the future now, so I would like to invite Sarah from our lead partner at GB, Fondazione Giacomo Brodolini, to take us through a session on where do we go next and what it might be that we do in the future.
Thank you. I think we will have to distribute tea. So, good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sarah George and I work on the coordination of the Common Ground initiative on behalf of Fondazione Giacomo Brodolini. So today we're going to guide you in this quick but truly important, in our opinion, exercise. But before we embark on this journey of ideas and creativity, I would like to take a moment to appreciate the wisdom which is in this room right now, and thank you for sharing this morning. So this morning we have focused on areas for cooperation, for EU-UK future cooperation, This afternoon we would like to focus on concrete actions from civil society. So I would like to ask you to imagine that we are in a grand old library, and each of us is a book with unique stories and insights, such as the stories of hope that we have seen downstairs. And with this in mind, I would like to ask you, our task, would say, is twofold. First of all, we focus on finding innovative ideas for, let's say, to make the Common Ground project sustainable. And at the same time, we could use this space to design activities for future projects, imagining that what we could do in case new funding is granted to our organizations, all of us. So please have a look at the material that is provided by Ola right now. You will see that we have drafted 2 tentative groups of actions, activities, and the scope, in line with the all the previous appointments that we had in our project, is to map your needs, like to map EU citizens' needs, to collect inputs, and to undertake actions with a view to the medium term. So we advocate for actions that are truly reflecting your wills, and we encourage you to have a 15-minute discussion. It's very short, I'm aware, but I think it will be a productive one based on also your contributions in the morning. A 15-minute discussion, taking notes of all the ideas, either on sustainability or on future actions. You will see that there is a draft set of action proposed, but it should not be limited to that. After 15 minutes, we will ask you each table to introduce only one idea. So get prepared for that. You will have only 1-2 minutes maximum per table. But of course, we will be collecting all the ideas that you will write on the notes, so no worries in case you are not able to share your thoughts. And remember that, of course, no idea is too wild or is too unconventional. Every input from you is precious, because this will be very, very important for us to report a concrete need from the civil society to the EU delegation in view of future cooperation. And if you have that, of course, please let us know, and we'll be happy to assist. Of course, let us make this session as really enriching with your contribution, so thanks a lot. Have you all received the tables, right? No. Okay. Each table should have a couple of each. Okay. Second time. on the table just to guide the discussion, which should not be limited to that, but I think it's helpful because it's really, I mean, they're really asking what you could do. And you are supposed to take notes of all the ideas into the two main set of, I mean, the two main groups of activities that we have listed, or of course add additional. And if not clear, in 15 minutes more or less, we will ask each table to come up with one single idea. And you would say if it's a sustainability action or a future action requiring new funding, let's say. Okay?
Well, there are some questions here to help us. So the first one is, what are the most, I mean, you shouldn't be limited to these questions, et cetera, but just to sort of help us along. The first question is, what are the most prominent challenges faced by universities in the UK, which in your opinion have not been properly addressed until today and would require immediate action?
Lots of ideas, but the problem is I'm very influenced by so I don't think it's that useful to me. I mean, what do you know the biggest issues?
And there's no more energy. What percentage of having some EU citizens in the UK would you have any kind of data in terms of who they are and where they are?
We have a newsletter. They got to have
wonder if you look at the different words within the room here, what was the kind of percentage you found out for the EU?
There might have been some confusion that Polish people living in Scotland didn't realise they could vote for Wales. Might have been some.
Affects the turnout in the country itself.
You really put a line right down the line. So
You can read better than me because you're one of the teachers.
Which communication channel or channels would you think the president
One of the criticisms of the US election, just completely off topic, was that there's a lot of vision but not a lot of policies. So maybe you need something that people can, that brings people together and something that they can, like with the Polish election, you said there was something in it. So you need something that, and then that's when you need mass action and the rest of it. Some specific things
So 1 minute left. Please remember to put all the ideas into the table.
We just need one point. And so your first point. So your first point is good one about how do we engage the wider as opposed to just people in
Not to build anything in. I think maybe we'll let Chris speak. Because he's filling stuff in.
Just reading about it. It's not for me to ask the question because I shouldn't like to do it here at all. There is no level. Nobody would be very interested in trying to facilitate whether it can be done by something that was we don't know. So the summer was going to be fairly next year when the people like the Muslims with this declaration by von der Leyen and Keir Starmer. The next question is if we're going to have a start of the summit, but we have to know what's going to come out. And how much space is there for anything to come out of this, given the restrictions of PCA and withdrawal agreement and from Starmer's concern about arming Farage and his army. Assuming that the summit is going to happen, and it is going to happen, we're not going to declare there's going to be a summit and then it doesn't happen. Some kind of way
like a beacon.
Ready? Ready to start?
about getting more people interested.
Hi everyone, my name is Andrea, I'm from the 3 Million. We had a really rich conversation with lots of different topics coming up, but in terms of importance, we wanted to raise that actually there are lots of questions from civil society organizations, especially those representing minorities in EU communities in the UK, whether there is still access to EU funding, and how can that be made more accessible for the people that are providing services, are providing legal advice, and more for our communities in the UK. So a couple of examples for grassroots organizations that are supporting Roma communities, or organizations that are supporting women or other minorities. How can they continue to access EU funding to enable people to thrive? Thank you.
Thank you. Next table is going to talk here.
Okay, I feel a bit of a fraud as British in Europe here and not EU in the UK. So we looked at sustainability. I'm not sure I've chosen the right box, but one thing that my British in Europe chair, Jane, who's gone downstairs to do an interview, said would be really useful, and I think it would be, certainly from our perspective, is if there could be more contact between any future common ground activities and those of us working on similar issues in the European Union. But at the same time, the point was made, and it was a very fair one, that the core focus and priority should be on the needs of the EU community here in the UK, so that the outreach to the EU NGO community should take place perhaps in a more engaged way, but should absolutely not overshadow everything else that's being done. And as someone who's spent a lot of time working and engaging in EU consultation forums and whatever, I totally take on board the point that they can become very cannibalising. And then there was a very strong feeling that if we're talking about the EU-UK reset, then this community should be involved, and our community on the other side of the channel in North Sea should be very involved from the outset. It should not just be a question of this taking place and happening, as we heard this morning from some of the panellists. We should be there when the blank piece of paper is taken out of the drawer, and we should be given pens and pencils to start writing at the same time as everybody else. And we thought it could take kind of the form really of, we were looking really to citizens assembly type exercise, which is, you know, much more meaningful than the consultations that we've heard about that do take place, but which often are just a rubber stamping exercise with no real transparency and access. And then everything should just be, there should be more engagement with perhaps local MPs. We could do more at constituency level, but everything, the fundamental starting point should be grassroots organisation. And final point that was made by Kushi, which is a really, really critical one, is that the grassroots organisations in the room which are helping people to just access their rights, they need capacity to start engaging in these other types of discussions. It's not enough to kind of go to them and say, okay, what's your experience, what can you tell us, what can we take as a third organisation to a citizens assembly type exercise. The people on the ground doing the work, it should be the ones who are also given access and given the voice.
Hi everyone, I'm Flora Engelbach with the British Council. Our table, we were discussing future actions, but inevitably our conversation got a little bit detoured, so we only got as far as the first one and two really, but we were looking at ways of mapping networks and organisations for the benefit of individuals and representatives from different community-based and perhaps political different forms of organisations. And we were saying it would be great if we could have access perhaps to almost database of people who have attended events like this. These are always really inspiring, a great marriage of mind, you know, you have those ideas, you get that motivation, and it would be great to be able to easily stay in contact with different people. Not to mention as well that we're all in our individual groups, and it's almost impossible to meet everyone here today, and it would be great to kind of see who did attend. If it was organised thematically, there'd be bonus points there. You might be looking for someone who's involved in, I don't know, legal rights or translation or community-based organisations, but it would be great to see some form of kind of network or organogram of different practices from academia to the third sector and the public sector and so on. There we go.
Hello everyone. Okay, so we had lots of discussions, we had lots of ideas. I think the really important one for me was about discrimination, equity and inclusion. And I think there needs to be proactive work around engaging with the diaspora community to understand the excluded communities, such as, for instance, the Roma community. And related to that, we need to really promote minority identities. So very often people from the Roma community will actually on forms tick other because they're not proud of their identity. So that's an important thing. And I think also greater engagement with the UK government and funding for organisations working in the rights and advocacy field, because very often we go from a 3-year contract to another 3-year contract. There's no sustainability. And unfortunately, the rates haven't gone up for 15 years, which is the period for previous government.
Well.
And I think I was talking to someone at lunch yesterday, and she works for Respect, and she agreed with me that particularly in childcare proceedings, the local authorities don't understand the different cultures. So very often children are taken into care because the social worker who's doing the report doesn't understand the culture. They assume because the parents are white European, they have a British culture. So that's important as well. So I'm sorry there's a lot there. And then my particular bugbear is how you get young males to engage more in civil society, because they spend all their time following Andrew Tate from what I can see.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Hi, I'm just going to talk about one point and hopefully someone will take over after me. One point, sorry. Very simple point, not to do with big policies or anything. How do you engage as, what's your name, sorry? Teresa mentioned. How do you engage people? If families are just concentrating 100% on getting the children to school, having enough money, feeding the children, clothing the children, where do they have that energy to become politically, and a small p, active, to be activists? How do we get to them? I think as an educationalist, we need to be much more family friendly. If you don't have the money to get on a bus, how do you get to people? If you don't have the money to pay for a childminder, how do you get to people? And I think we have to be very simple about it. For some people, we need to do family friendly.
Should we pass it on? Yeah. Sorry. Are you not doing it? It was just one idea on the table. Send them on it. It's fine. We'll hand them in. They just want us to read it.
Hello, I feel a bit of a fraud because I'm possibly the only person on the table who's not an EU citizen, but I took the notes, so anyway, so what did we have? We had problems with people who've got EUSS applications pending and who can't travel either into or out of the UK. We had an over-reliance on civil society to solve these kinds of problems. We had late application problems, the Home Office not giving applicants the opportunity to explain their situation, and a particular problem with joining family members making late applications, where they're told that if they've been in the UK at all since 2020, they should have applied then, even if it was just a short visit. We had quite a lot of discussion of vulnerable groups and issues of discrimination. And when we came to talk about communication, we were wondering, because there were some suggestions of how to communicate, wondering how to communicate with the digitally excluded groups, and some examples of things that were really successful. So you had a Facebook Live going out to Romanians offering advice and information, and that became really popular.
I think it's important to just find out what works for the community, isn't it? Because what they deem to be quite successful is putting the information on a website that nobody visits. So you just need to find out the right routes to get to that community, and then wait to pick the fruits of that labor. It's not always straightforward. Communities do have their own way. Sometimes they don't reach out until it's kind of the last minute, very urgent situation, but we have to start somewhere, and starting in the right point is probably best than starting the point that nobody sees.
Thank you. And if I may add on this, I mean, there was a precise discussion within the team about the need to eventually relaunch the Facebook page. Yes, sure. No, I mean, just saying that, I mean, this was one of the options that we are considering, and so it would be good, I mean, to have also your feedback on that, and there are the feedback forms too, if you want to provide extra input on this topic. And I strongly suggest to I mean, yeah, to add the input on the table. Thanks.
I just want to add a few things that we discussed as a group here. We at Settled, we also have very successful Facebook forums in different languages, and in these forums we have, because it seems that with some communities Facebook is quite popular and accessible, not like other social media. So this is something we are doing for the Bulgarian, Italian, Spanish, French, etc. communities, and it's quite good because we speak in the same language with them. And also what we all said, that for the most vulnerable it's very important to have a physical presence in their area and to support them face to face, but we need capacity for this, and we need to have funding and time, and it's quite time consuming with the most vulnerable people. So that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi everyone. I'm Honor. I'm from Europea. We spoke about a couple different things. We really echoed the point that this table made about kind of diversity and equity, and in particular about the Roma community. We know there's a lot of anti-Roma sentiment, both in Britain but also in EU countries, and I think work around that, trying to spread awareness and improve people's understanding of the Roma community is really important, and also recognising that there's quite specific barriers for Roma people to get involved with community organising or even registering to vote, these kind of things. So I think that's really important. We also spoke a bit about labour exploitation and rights around employment, and just kind of increasing knowledge and awareness around that for vulnerable migrants. Yeah, that's us.
Thank you. Who's volunteering?
Yeah, so we spoke quite a lot, but not sure if we did kind of cover well enough the points we had on this. But looking at a kind of sustainability part of it, and when we spoke a bit about the project, the Common Ground project, and so on, and how we kind of, or at least I kind of felt that it was one of the positive outcomes, if we can call it that way, of the Brexit, that it kind of got people together, and it enabled an opportunity like this one to happen. And we felt that something like this needs to continue beyond that, and having a sort of a forum or a platform for us to continue having these conversations and building on these ideas would really help. Then we also spoke about how we are being asked by our colleagues and so on, or people from Europe or people from within the UK, regarding different rules, different regulations, how they can come in the UK, how people in the UK can travel abroad and so on. So maybe again, as a sustainable sort of point for the Common Ground, is to have a platform of these sort of questions to be for people to be able to find answers to. So we kind of don't have to navigate individually all sorts of different sort of platforms and websites to find an information and deliver it to people. Or for example, a particular issue that we had at the organization I work for is that we had volunteers coming every year for us to work full time for a year, and that happened for the past 15 years, and this year we couldn't get one because of the visa problems, and we couldn't find an answer to that. So for example, a Common Ground platform where you can get access to these sort of informations, I think would help people on both sides of the channels. And on the future actions, one that we managed to speak a little bit was about thinking a bit more sort of strategically on building on the Common Ground issue, and maybe having a sort of a, I don't know, policy campaigning sort of group to act on these ideas and get people at the European Union level, and at the same time maybe people at the UK government to think strategically about this. So for example, I don't know, the European Union having a sort of strategy on EU diaspora abroad, which it doesn't exist at the moment, and so on. So I think a Common Ground sort of future action and a future idea should be around how we can strategically push for things to actually happen. I think that's how much we managed to do.
Hi, my name is Jacobo, and I come from the Coalition of Latin Americans in the UK. The relevance is that majority of Latin Americans are Spanish and Portuguese citizens. So we kind of focused on the second question around channels, because we thought, something practical to do now and then potentially future actions. Something practical that Common Ground could do now is to get anything building on what other people have said, a list of the people that have attended, but also just the people that you're in contact with that are come from organizations that are happy to be on that list, and you create an email alias where people can actually platform questions, maybe specific needs that your organization has, because we all have too many WhatsApp groups, but I think an email group functions. I mean, I've seen it in other sectors like democracy sector, and I think sometimes it's a quick question that we want to ask. So yeah, an email thread. And another quick action, I guess, it's dissemination of initiatives and events via consulates, because thinking of people that are offline, consulates have access to the citizens, right? So they can advertise these things at their consulates, but also they can send emails for those who do have the online contact. For future actions could be support for monitoring and evaluation activities. I think a lot of community-based organizations, we have a lot of community engagement, but we don't have the time or resources to do that learning in a sort of more comprehensive sense. And I think another one was strengthening, so connected to the one I mentioned previously, strengthening of relationships between consulates, EU consulates, and the organizations that work, sort of CSOs. Because I think, as I was mentioned, there's a lot of over-reliance on the community organizations, and there's no funding attached to it. So it would be great if consulates could work with community-based organizations and have the strength of relationships, so then we can leverage a lot more together. I think that was it, right? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna, and I am from Comites Londra. I am Italian. We talked about quite a new subject, that is psychology of immigration, that is coming out, and it can be sort of used in two ways. One is for us to understand the pathways that we all sort of follow when we go from our own country to another country, and our stories and our journey. But this can also be used in collaboration with sort of EU psychologists, also to form the diplomatic civil servants who then are engaging with us. Because we discussed the fact that quite often people with diplomatic careers, they move from one country to the other, and they interact at their own levels without interacting with us. And so if there is a better understanding of the mechanisms and the lives that we lead with our own diplomats or consulate embassies, I think it would be very helpful for all of us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is George, and in our group we had, I guess, our ideas overlap of our ideas which already were set, but as my colleague in the right said, we definitely would like to see the Common Ground project having a future and continuing as a platform where EU citizens can actually have a address where they can address any issues what they have. Can be citizen assembly, can be a mailing, it can be a annual conference and so on, because I think it's quite good temperature check. Because personally, I've been to the last year conference, and I remember it was a bit quite dark mood during the conference, while today is totally the opposite. There's a lot of great ideas. There's like everyone's looking about the future. And saying that, I want to connect it with the fact that we shouldn't be forget about the well-being of the EU citizens who are here, which, okay, we are quite, educated, international, active group, but our people, they are really stuck into their own bubbles in their language communities, and they might feel they're a bit lost, forget, and they don't know where they can go and ask for help. And we should kind of try to overcome and build bridges between EU citizens and UK. So kind of we don't isolate them in their own. They're not isolated in their own community, and because that can actually help in future avoiding our problem like work exploitations, modern slavery, servitude, and so on. Because I mean, the EU citizens problem will just keep becoming increasing after pre-settlement. We're going to have another problem like access to pension, to benefits, and so on. So we have to really kind of foresee this problem, kind of make some steps in order to continue supporting EU citizens.
Hello, my name is Sniegolia Malavskaya, also known as Snow. I run the community group called SOS.LT in Peterborough, and I'm representing Lithuanians in Peterborough. And we were discussing, and I was talking about being heard and raising our voices. And when it came to decide who will be talking, I said, no, I can't. I'm afraid. I'm scared. But here I am standing in front of you and shaking. So, thank you. So when we were discussing, we thought about, in particular, the Common Ground project. And in terms of sustainability actions, we were talking about inclusivity, for small voluntary and charitable organizations and even individuals. Also about migrant voices in policy making, in decision making, and more attention on the national level, not only local authorities. About future actions, we need more funding that helps to carry on work on the ground with communities on a grassroots level, and stronger communication support to small groups and organizations, not only expecting for them something to do, not giving them tasks, but helping them to grow up and bring the value on the table. And I think that's it for now, unless someone wants to add something. Thank you.
Thank you. I've learned there is an extra input from here.
I was just thinking, this is the first year that I'm invited here and I've come. But I work for Bradford Council, and I know that many professionals were not allowed to come today because it's viewed as a political movement. And it's a shame that we are losing quite a few professionals from the DWP, from the councils, from immigrations, that would have been allowed to come if maybe the wordings were much more about informative and sharing good practice. Ooh, what that smile. But yeah, so it would be nice to see the event open about to others, and not just from a political point of view, but much more about what it is actually. Because I don't think it is that political, it's about sharing good practice and change in the law, so it will be inclusive of more professionals, UK based.
And just to add to that as well, I believe that every agency, whether it's governmental or non-governmental, so NGOs, authorities, everyone plays a part in this. So everyone's responsibility. So everyone should play their part. And I just want to say, representing a charity as well, is actually, I've seen many times in the last 5 years working with Europeans and victims of trafficking and homelessness and people with complex needs, that actually it's so important for them to have a voice and be involved in the process and actually be given the right advice, the right support, and to be able to make an informed decision. But just for them to be able to be part of this, because it's about everyone, all levels, all different stages as well. And I think from my perspective as well, NGOs are really important because people trust NGOs more, like as in they're more likely to work with the charity and trust the charity rather than the local authorities or government. So yeah, I think it plays a big part in that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me comment on this. I mean, and I will talk for myself here. But I mean, of course, each organization has its own agenda, and I think this is natural and needed. No, everyone has its own commitment. But then, I mean, as EU project, we really advocate for a neutral position and non-party position. This has been our position since the very first day. So I mean, we will take into account this comment because
it's not political. However, the wording is that the government thought that it was political. So it's a misguidance on their part.
This is part of the risk that we are facing every day. So thanks for putting it out.
Hi, so Jake from British Future, also not an EU citizen, but I've got a few scribblings and then maybe I could hand the mic over if I miss any of the points that were shared on our table. In terms of the key things that we looked at on sustainability, there was some discussion around the need for continued advocacy, particularly on enshrining EU citizens' rights in legislation, making sure those are firmed up, there can never be any future backsliding on those. Also, we had a lot of discussion about digital ID cards and the need to make sure that the government, does have a physical backup there. Those points need to remain on the advocacy agenda, and we need to keep pushing for those reforms to go through. So other things that we touched on, intersectionality was another key point that was raised, both I think as other tables have talked about in terms of acknowledging particular needs or experiences of certain racialized groups within the EU citizens movement, such as the Roma community. Also thinking though as well about how EU citizens' rights organisations can show solidarity with other migrant and refugee groups to stand up for their rights, particularly in, you know, the wider context of the hostile environment as well. So the need for more of a joined up and equitable movement there. Thirdly, on communications, we talked about a few different ideas here. Actually, nobody on our table used Facebook, so it's interesting that others have mentioned Facebook as a good space. Maybe it's one good space, but we need to be thinking about different social media platforms that perhaps different demographics might use more or less. We personally touched on the fact that email newsletters can also be helpful, maybe more so than kind of apps or websites. If you can get a kind of digest of new updates, new information, people's experiences shared in your inbox, that can be a useful way of keeping tabs of what's going on in politics and across these different organisations. And also on top of that, in terms of bringing together EU citizens and sort of advocacy organisations like these in the room, then in-person events do matter as well. Both the kind of, you know, congregations we've had here today, but we also had one suggestion of kind of local cafe type gatherings as well, that can engage, you know, at a county level or a kind of town or city level, European citizens to come together and talk about their experiences, talk about what's going on for them in a way that other residents can learn about this, can realise, you know, what's going on, and discuss how they might be able to support or you know, back new change. So I think those were some of the main points we covered. Anybody want to come in on anything I missed? No? Cool.
Thank you. I think all the tables express their views. So Barbara is taking lots of notes if you want to.
Sorry, can I just say something here, because having rushed up after work in Swindon, there's a few of us at the back, scribbled a bit. So that's okay, only take 1 minute, don't need the mic. Obviously, Swindon for your little local dance initiative called Dance Europa. No idea how to further it, so hoping to meet people. Going to be at tomorrow's conference with a table and pictures and videos and stuff all day. I've just scribbled, following the cues on the sheet, right at the top, what about a Brussels-promoted Dance Europa show, company festival to tour? Sustainability action, visits from groups from each country, promotion of cultural activities, dance, national, regional, new interpretations, ancient, modern, narrative work on contemporary or ancient Euro UK themes.
Okay, but I didn't really need it, did I? Good fog on. Community groups, professional collaborations with, etc., festivals, future actions. Who funds this? At the moment, we're doing it in Swindon at our own expense. How do you get funding? Because I tell her, I'm sure the Arts Council would run a mile. And unless it was an individual community groups, if it was a Euro-wide thing, they would run a mile. They would split you up, you know, and say, oh yeah, little local community thing. But so, you know, where do you go for money? And foster a love and pride in European culture or Euro multiculturalism. And the second page, how do you replicate it worldwide? Well, world dance competition, show, festival, etc. You know, I mean, thinking of the Eurovision Song Contest, why isn't there a World Division Song Contest? Dance scholarships, internships, dance holidays, exchanges, etc. I mean, this sort of thing used to go on quite a lot, but it doesn't seem to happen anymore. And we've done a couple of collaborations, fundraising for the Ukrainian refugees, doing their national dances and sharing English sailors dance and etc. So that's just one idea. It might make things a bit more cheerful and happy, and a bit of a sort of a, you know, entertaining image of Europe and the EU, and because at the moment it's all very serious, isn't it?
I mean, it was really a lot of information. As Sarah said, we're going to collect your paper. I tried to take, it was supposed to be keywords, but I wrote 4 pages, so I think it's a little bit more than keywords, but basically there are some ideas that come up. Most of the groups have talked about funds, how to support civil society organizations, NGOs to get more funds, so more knowledge, funds more accessible, and you will find it in several of the contributions. There were some ideas about reinforcing contacts among different European funded projects, but also take care that the EU citizens in the UK are involved in the so-called reset process, so engagement and improve capacities for organizations working at the grassroots level. Mapping organization, I think we have already done a lot, but even more mapping, and also the suggestion that was already made to share a list of the people in the room, possibly before. The thing is that we are really getting very late each time to when we know exactly who's going to be in the room, but in the end we will try to do this next time. Engage excluded communities, so there were a lot of contributions about inclusion, diversity, and also doing all those activities that really allow people to participate, like taking care of children care, providing care. Someone said, I like it very much, like a family oriented, or I wrote it down, so to take care of all the dimensions of the people. To see how this engagement could be done, because it actually is true. People do have a lot to struggle in getting their economics done, and so the time for committing to other activities is really limited. And then there were a few contributions about find a way to solve all the bureaucratic issues, and so also taking into account that there are people that are digitally excluded, and so not everything can pass through digital whatever platform and so on. Then again, focus on diversity with a specific mention of the Roma community, and also initiative focusing in contrasting labor exploitation. And then I liked a lot the meaning, the reference to the fact that one of the positive effects of Brexit, so to say that everything has something positive in the end, was to bring people together, and this is a very interesting point. And I pretty much agree when you said that the mood in the room changed. When I came to the first meeting, I was a little bit, there was a lot of contrasting energies in the room. And today I agree, people are really focusing on what can we do next, how can we cooperate. And I think that this is something that is really important, and if this is an achievement of the work that we have done. And then I think it was really important also when you said that we need to think strategically, so to see that anything like a campaign or something can come out of the Common Ground project, but also going ahead on this, bringing people together, bring alive or give more life to platform as a way, whatever it means. I mean, it could be a digital platform or not, but also meant as a place where you can find answer to frequent asked question, I said, but anyway, stories or how to deal with bureaucracy or any other information that could be useful for people that we are referring to. Build a list of contacts. I think that this is can be done with an email group. About email group and Facebook, there were 2 different suggestions, but I think that both can be welcomed. Dissemination of activities, and another point I found very interesting is about when you mentioned supporting for monitoring and evaluation as a way to learn from project experiences. This is something that is always present in European funded projects, but is always done very badly. So I think that mentioning evaluation as a way to learn from mistakes or things that could have been done in a different way is a very important point. And then again, this interesting point about psychology of immigration. So how can psychology can be a support for people that have a migration background, but also how it can become a competence for politicians or civil servants dealing with people with a migratory background. Again, about the platform, common ground building bridges. Inclusivity, and again, also as a way to have more funds, how to reinforce capacities, stronger communication. This issue about wording, how you nominate things, and how choosing the words can be inclusive or not. We had this conversation with Jake this morning on another different level, not about what you were mentioning, but still the use of words could be inclusive or not, so maybe this is something that we can focus on in a future project. Intersectionality, digital ID, and EU citizens' rights. And then, of course, the need to include in a follow-up project, if any, more events, not only general gatherings, but also smaller gatherings at local level where people can share and can learn from each other and establish relations. And finally, I liked all the contributions about having more cultural activities, entertainment, and whatever can help to make Europe less boring than it looks like. So thank you very much. Okay, see?
Thanks a lot, Barbara. I think it was not an easy task to summarize all the impressive contributions that everybody made. I'm Miriam Watson. I'm working for the EU delegation to the UK, and I felt compelled to take the floor to tell you that all this is really important for us because we are looking at, the next funding phase and all best to invest the money. So this is why we ask the Common Ground to kindly also look at the future and what more could be done. So we've heard you. We have limited funding, but we will see what can be done, having gathered all your ideas. And also to mention that the platform that was called for as to what information can people rely on to travel, to whether they are withdrawal agreement beneficiaries or whether it's for family or friends coming to the UK post-Brexit. This platform exists. It's called EUcitizens.uk, so we are launching a new website called www.eucitizens.uk. It's very easy to remember, I think. And this will be the authoritative platform, beyond what the UK government provides, to have all the information. This is a project we are launching together with Seraphus. We are funded lawyers from the delegation. They also organize a lot of information sessions. So we can also see maybe we can combine different activities that we already finance. But the platform exists. You can already check it. We are ready to expand it as well. So to see also the different articulation between the websites can be done so that it's as user-friendly as possible. Thank you. We're happy to circulate the link also if Common Ground allows us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah and Barbara, for this intense hour of discussions, and Miriam for your comments. We will circulate the link to citizens.uk website and the follow-up correspondence. Just to really start building on the sustainability points, a few things that were mentioned about dissemination of events and how we can do that. we're incorporating a feature that could help on the our commonground.uk website. So if you grab one of those leaflets, if you are organizing events and scan one of those barcodes, you can actually submit that event to be published on the website, and the other barcode will help you see the events page. So that's a start. We've been so far. It was our colleague Miriam who painstakingly put up all the events on the website, and they were available. Now we're trying to introduce some interactivity as a way of keeping the website sustainable and more, and having more reach. So yes, we are gonna have a short break now, and after I would encourage you to just kind of grab a coffee or drink and then proceed to your breakout space. And in terms of the breakout sessions, again, they're continuation. The themes of the breakout sessions came out from the outreach and engagement and our ongoing work at the 3 Million. So the first one, during the first one that will actually stay in this room, in Tesla room, Sarah and Arnas from the 3 Million will, with contributions from others, will take you through our upcoming, probably flagship campaigns on the e-visas, digital status, and access to welfare. If you signed up to that workshop, you're staying in this room, so you don't have to move, although you're still welcome to go and grab a coffee beforehand. Now, voting rights, mobilization, and democratic participation was also a subject that came up during the morning session, and Lara and Rosha, with contribution from Teresa, will have a dedicated workshop in the Armstrong room, which is just really across the road from here. So if you signed up to the electoral advocacy workshop, it's on this floor across the corridor. Now, Sari Bater from OpenEdge Training and Conflict Resolution will introduce you to the concept of collaboratory community engagement. It's a journey that we at the 3 Million embarked on in the really in response to our experiences at outreach events, and also to the need for addressing issues that marginalized, racialized groups experience, and how to really start and hold conversations on those subjects, and how to work and promote anti-oppression in a learned way. We have a lot to learn, and we want to take you on that journey with us rather than wait until we're completely ready. So if you're signed up to Sari's workshop, this is going to be in the Wallace room on this floor to the left. And finally, if you signed up to the workshop on Central and Eastern European communities, that will be on the second floor, just across the road from the coffee room. And I will facilitate that along with contributions from a good few organizations supporting Central and Eastern European communities. So I would suggest, in terms of time, if we try to be in all of our breakout rooms for 3:45, so 3:45 in the breakout rooms, grab a coffee on the way, and then we'll have breakout sessions for about an hour to come back here again.
2002 and came into force in December 2003. That directive was abolished by Priti Patel, but she left in place all of the carrier regulations which require both third country and EU nationals to be able to substantiate their status with biometric evidence. So we are in the rather Kafkaesque situation that we have abolished the requirement for biometric cards, but the government, the outgoing Conservative government, never put anything in its place to substitute. So as far as I can discern, the new digital system exists in a sort of statutory vacuum, because there's no corresponding set of regulations to codify how that digital system should work. So maybe one of the things we could think about doing is whether or not the Home Office doing something that's absent a statutory framework could properly be exposed to a judicial review challenge on the basis that the Home Office are acting ultra vires. Because clearly the operation of the digital system impacts on people's fundamental rights, but the Home Office is choosing as yet not to codify that system. And do remember, they've left in place all of the carrier regulations. So I've had 2 clients who've been marooned outside the country where airlines have refused to allow them to join a flight because they have expired biometric residence cards. And their assertion that there is, quotes, a digital system, the carriers have said, well, that's not good enough for us, not allow them onto the flight.
Thank you so much for that. The next table over, would you like to share the main takeaway from your discussion? Yeah. If you could just... That's okay, can I just write down that?
Okay, so I'm Veronica from Settled. We give immigration advice, and we have a small team of benefits advisors as well. So we have divided our conversations in e-visa and an RPF. Regarding e-visas, the first thing that as an organization Settled does is to differentiate the terminology. So we do not use the term e-visa to identify USS status holders. Why? Because it creates a lot of confusion. We are already seeing non-EA citizens that are applying for an e-visa despite the fact that they already hold an e-visa. And they subsequently experience difficulties in updating their current immigration status. So that's the first measure that we employ. Then we have held webinars. One webinar, and we have cut a video that we circulate on our media, in which, thanks to Chris Beck as well from Serapus, we talk about this specific issue, and a lot of organizations have already access to that. We had a nice conversation with Kaylee from the Welsh government. Themselves, they hold webinars and trainings, specifically on the NRPF. And we have delivered some trainings ourselves to some local authorities in Wales. Have I covered everything?
There's other things. We've got web pages specifically focused towards EU citizens that gives information on their rights and in what instances they apply. So we've got a wealth of resources that people can access. And then I think the most important thing is the engagement that we have with stakeholders. So we grant spend organisations such as Settled, so we can see how things are playing out on the ground and see where we need to alter what we're doing.
Thank you so much for that. Can we have someone from the next table over come over to thank you, to share the main discussion points? So table just behind you. Any discussion points you'd like to share? Yeah. Oh, right. Table over here. Would you like to share the main discussion points? Just very briefly. Just very briefly, one of the main discussion points. If you could write it down on the board for us.
Yes. Okay. So
I think that the main points we talked about were actually very much about EUSS, but I think that the barriers are the same, the digital barriers, digital exclusion, also charges. So people who ended up paying hundreds and hundreds of pounds for applications to the EU settlement scheme, which really were free. So I kind of want to put rogue lawyers, but they're not necessarily. They're perfectly regulated lawyers, some of them, but still charge extortionate amounts, and it might be legally allowed, but it's totally immoral. So immoral charges or charging for advice. And with that kind of comes a lack of access. Melina in particular is based in Northern Ireland, and it's very difficult to get access to good advice, especially for late applications. So and that takes me to the next one, which is you just said about being able to access the information on your website. That's if you are digitally literate. So, you know, digital barriers. I think that's probably the highlights from us. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for that. The next table over, would you like to share your main discussion points? No? Oh, sorry. Okay. Table over here. There we go. Okay, just a couple main discussion points you have.
So yeah, what we've been talking about, basically the response, national response on, and local response, different local authorities on how they deal with an IPF, and specifically with, you know, cases like, you know, modern slavery. Yes, exactly, modern slavery, human trafficking, domestic violence. But also when someone just shows up at the council and they're an IPF, they're destitute and ask for support, and they'll be told, "Oh, where are you from? Ah, you're from, I don't know, Leeds? Okay, well, we're in Bradford, we can't do anything for you. You need to go there." Or local connection as well. So that was our discussion, and basically in my previous role, I actually dealt with that because we used to take referrals as an anti-trafficking charity all over UK. So basically it was a different response, every single local authority, and we had to challenge that, including where we are, and we had strong connections and strong partnerships, and we had to go to extreme measures, even like not suing, but threatening local authorities to sue to do their job, basically, because they're there for a reason and they weren't doing their job. And well, after that, we actually talked about a specific case, real case, that we actually had, that we've been dealing for 1 month. So it's not my job anymore, but as a Homeless Irish Partnership, we took over ownership of these cases of 2 brothers being victims of trafficking, being subjected to basically trauma and extreme measures like of abuse. And they've been left on the street, basically, by our local authority, which we used to work for years. They used to take the referral from the first point of contact and safeguarding basically the victims. They failed to do so, and basically we took the case our own, and 1 month in, and they're finally in the safe house thanks to us, because local authority failed basically to safeguard them and give accommodation and do their non-referral, basically. So, which is very, very disappointing, because really shouldn't have happened. It should have been avoided at all costs. So, yeah. So it's really, really bad. So this is like, I mean, like local authorities that they have the duty to do so, but also they have done so, and they've done this willingly. And I think the most disappointing for me is, I'm still angry about it, but it's the fact that they didn't listen to us, specialist organizations, like they didn't take us seriously. So if they don't take us seriously, what chances people on the street have, that the most vulnerable, that shouldn't have happened. That's like, basically for me, it's, I don't know what you say the word, but it's basically, you know, that's human rights. That's basic things, like, you know, immediate support, that they just failed to do so. So we're going to challenge this, but thankfully the clients are in a better place on the other side.
Organizations seriously versus taking clients, or, you know,
yes, yeah.
citizens seriously, which doesn't happen at all. there is a marked difference in late application. People who manage their own late application, they get refused all the time. If they have representation, they don't.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference.
Well, so far it's been a fight. I feel like that's what we do for a living, but just to say, I mean, I can't say more about these people. All they have, basically, these two brothers, they've been in the UK since 2017. They have absolutely nothing. Everything's been taken by the traffickers. They've been in 3 different instances of trafficking, and all they have to prove their status in the UK, it's their story. Yeah. So that's all they have. So it's like the worst of the worst. No status, no documents. They have rights, exactly, because they have been here. Exactly. So yeah.
Do you want to just write it down? And at the very last table over there, did you have any more to share?
We had a more similar discussion.
Okay, yeah, so just to sum up, we talked about using existing directives to challenge access to welfare. Talked about different organizations hosting webinars and other resources to provide information about e-visas and RPF. The issues of immoral charging for advice, lack of local access, and also digital barriers for people who are not IT literate. And also we had a lot of issues raised about local authorities failing to tackle safeguarding and support for NRPF and e-visas. So thank you so much for the discussion. And I think we're finishing it right on time. So yeah, we're just going to close the session and we're getting ready for the next part of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you everybody for very fruitful discussions from what I heard. We are running a little bit over time, so in the interest of time, we will forego the plenary feedback and we'll share some insights from each session in the follow-up correspondence. If that's okay. However, I would like to ask someone very special to give closing remarks. Miriam, if I could ask you to deliver closing remarks after we let everybody maybe take a minute to settle in. And I don't have a whistle, that's a yes, or a bell. Our colleague Daphne always comes in with a bell to all the sessions, so I should really learn from that. While we're listening to Miriam, I would also like to have a request that everybody fills in an evaluation form, which you can find in your conference packs. These are very important for us for future planning and for future funding. So if you can take a moment to complete those, I would be very grateful. They can leave them on the tables, and I suppose. Without further ado, Miriam, I can invite you to share your reflections on the day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Andrea. I've not said anything yet. But I think the applause that I think is more for Ola and Sarah, I think, who've delivered an excellent conference to us all. It's a pleasure to see so many of you today. And thank you very much to all three of you for having creating, and Jake as well, for having creating the space for discussion, for learning from each other. I think it's been very informative, very participatory, and I think that's what these events are all about. We are here to celebrate the accomplishments of the Common Ground projects, and there have been many of them, from the research that you carry, the photo competitions, the surveys, the listening sessions that you've organized with so many organizations, the network building. I can feel also the positivity and the energy in the room. There is something in the making, and it's really exciting to be part of this journey. I was very lucky to be with Common Ground right from the very beginning, because together with Elena and another colleague, Daniel, that you know well, and that I have the pleasure to tell you that he will be at the EU Citizens Gathering tomorrow. So Daniel Fechambrus, my predecessor, will be there. We've together drafted the terms of reference for this code, and we took part in the selection process. We witnessed its implementation, and now we are bringing it to a close. So it's the full cycle. It's not so always that you get to see that, but I'm really happy that I managed to do so. So we have a good network that is in the making. We need to see how we can expand it. The initial focus of Common Ground was to look at 3 metropolitan areas. I think it's become clear from the discussion, from the participants here, that we need to expand, that we need to have a network that is built all across the UK, also to serve our community, because the community is everywhere. It's in the south, in Scotland, in Northern Ireland. So we need to make sure that we can reach all those citizens and give them the same possibilities. I think for us, action at the local level is something that we really value. That's often the first point of call, and also the most accessible for citizens. So it will be an important dimension of our thinking process for the years to come. We are very happy also that you managed to organize this session on sustainability of the project, and also to gather your needs for the future. This will be very precious, and I already thank you for all the work that you will do in compiling all this information in something that is digestible. It's really, really valuable. We know that you're already planning to do a lot of things just on the sustainability of the project, not the least to continue the platform and to continue gathering events and such information, which I think is very, very useful. I just wanted to say, now to close properly, that I hope to see many of you also coming together for tomorrow for the EU Citizens Gathering and the first ever Empower EU Awards. We are really excited at the delegation that we were able to launch this project. It's been a lot of work. I think I've never worked as much in my career than in the past 2 months. So I hope, no pressure, that you will enjoy the event. But also, we really also appreciate your feedback. If there are things to improve that are missing, we're also very happy to take that on board for future gatherings. Yes, the Empower EU Awards are a very exciting development. It's not so often that, I don't know if you appreciate that we are really breaking new grounds. I mean, I think we are 1 or 2 or 3 delegations in the world to organize awards to recognize the work of EU citizens or organizations working with us. So it's been something to organize that. It's been 2 years in the making, and tomorrow we will see the culmination of all this work. And we will also be, in a position to really show a lot of appreciation and recognition officially to the many organizations that have participated. We hope that you will really enjoy the ceremony, and that it will be also visible in the media. We've invited the media for a media reception at lunchtime. So we hope that it will also maybe permeate in the British public, which also at the end of the day is our mission. No? It's our mission to bring EU and UK citizens closer, to create a happy EU community in the UK, but it's together with our British friends, and it's together that we are Europeans and stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miriam. I think that was a beautiful way to end, and we'll raise a toast to all those contributions. Thank you so much for your participation. I hope you enjoyed the day and all the contributions. And now I would like to invite everyone for a drinks reception downstairs in the Stevenson room to continue the conversations and to unwind a little bit. So thank you all, and please do fill in the evaluations as well if you don't mind. Yes, thank you.